Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everybody to the council meeting in Oro-Medonte, Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. Call the meeting to order, but before the land acknowledgement, just a couple of quick housekeeping items. Could we, if you come to speak during open session, please adjust the mic so you're speaking directly in the end of it. This meeting's being recorded and live streamed for those who are not in chamber. And also council members, make sure you put the mic and speak directly into it when during discussion or question period. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe people include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetang-Machine. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We're all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, June 25th, 2025 be received and adopted as amended to add additional correspondence to item 14E as follows. Correspondence received June 20th, 2025 from MMAH, Ontario Public Service, Business Ice Storm Assistance Program, application deadline Friday, October 31st, 2025. And add as item 5B, minutes of Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, June 23rd, 2025.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shall, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement, if necessary.
If necessary, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Members, are there anybody who has pecuniary interest disclosed regarding any items on the agenda? Councillor Shell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Item 18B and item 18C regarding STRs. I own and operate an STR, so I will excuse myself.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I cannot recall if you called the vote on the going past 4 hours.
You know what? If we haven't, let's just do it for practice now.
Okay, great.
So let's call the vote again for going past 4 hours. All in favor? And no one opposed that, so that is carried.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Shell. Just again, so it was 18A?
Yes, Mayor Greenlaw, 18B and 18C. Regarding STRs,
Okay.
I own and operate a short-term rental, so I will excuse myself.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's noted, Madam Clerk.
Duly noted.
Okay, thank you. So closed session we will do later in the evening so that we can make use of everybody in the audience's time. Could we have a motion for the two sets of draft minutes, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June the 11th, 2025, be received and adopted as printed and circulated, and that the draft minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, be received at the recommendation therein per motion number HC 250623-4 be adopted.
Thank you. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. That is carried, Madam Clerk. So the recognitions of achievements, we will do at 5 o'clock, so we have 2 hours. And rather than recess, I'm just going to continue on through the motion. Is that okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Number 7, public meetings, we have none. Deputations, we have none. Which I will ask anyone in the audience if there's any items you need moved forward in the agenda. It's actually a fairly brief agenda. We have the Citizen and Senior of the Year that will take place at 5, but we should get most of it done prior to that. Seeing no one needs anything moved forward, we're now at, item 10, open forum. Madam Clerk, is anyone registered to speak at open forum today?
No, Mr. Mayor, but we may have people in the audience who wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. So if there's anyone in the audience who has anything to speak to or would like to speak during open forum regard to an item today, Ms. Voorhees, if you would like to come up and adjust the mic so that you're speaking directly into the, and that would be fantastic, and state your name and proceed when ready.
Great. Good
And
afternoon.
the item for which you wish to speak.
Yeah.
the
Okay,
number.
great. Jane Voorhees, Oro-Medonte. I'm going to speak briefly to, you'll love that term, briefly, 14D, which is a letter from the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture. I was very pleased to read that this letter came forward, and you've put it in the agenda that this Federation of Agriculture in Simcoe County strongly supports our council's decision to reject the City of Barrie's annexation proposal. It's rewarding, I think, from everyone's standpoint that the agricultural community comes on board with this issue, and with this letter it helps to add more information, more data, more evidence that this is a problematic decision. I'm also hoping that the provincial facilitator will see fit to move stage 3 completion from the September 30th deadline to November 28th that the County of Simcoe recommended in their last or second last council meeting. It suggests that it's very important that issues from an agricultural standpoint, the business community and residents alike have an opportunity to engage in a public forum for this stage 3. This decision should not be, in my mind, leaned on a political time frame, but should be based on sound data and feedback from interested parties in not only Oro-Medonte, but Springwater, County of Simcoe, and especially Barrie as well, because as we know, there are a significant number of Barrie Ward 1 residents that oppose the annexation. If you'll permit me to kind of digress a little bit, I just wanted to take a moment before the summer months take hold to express a heartfelt thank you to our council, to Councillor Young, Councillor Hutchison, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, Mayor Greenlaw, Councillor Bard, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Schell for always being there for us. I also want to sincerely thank our township staff, our clerk's office, our CAO Sean Binns, our planning and financial departments, our communication, our bylaw departments, our building and environmental services, and I'm sure I've forgotten many of the departments that work so diligently for us residents, and for the incredible work that I know that you do for us, oftentimes behind the scenes, and we don't really see all the work and the dedication you do for us. And I just want to say thank you very much for that. You're always there for me. You're always answering my questions. You let me go on and on. I do appreciate that. I know it's been a very challenging stretch this past year, but your dedication and your care and your professionalism have really stood out. You've organized many community engagement sessions that have made many residents feel really heard And I know that that's part of what the council wanted to do as part of your goals, was to, improve community engagement. And I think that you were really doing a good job with that. I know we still have ways to go and creative solutions to do that, but as a resident, I really do appreciate that. I also want to commend your swift ability to react to our ice storm, that the cleanup did not go unnoticed. I know that there were complaints, but all in all, it was a lot of work, and I know you were confronted with an issue that never been happened before, so it just speaks volumes of your efforts and our staff's efforts to clean up and get it going. On a brighter note, we thank you very much for all your recreational programs, the new community center. Also, the social media and communication is really helping to put a big star on our Oro-Medonte community, and I think that kind of social media presence also speaks to annexation. I mean, we are a great community. We can do a lot ourselves, and we are special, and we are very different from Barrie. We're a rural community, and they're an urban community, and I think we can both join together, but annexation does not have to do that. We can kind of plan our own future, so to speak. So I just want to say thank you again very much to the staff. I hope that they hear me, and I want to thank you and thank all of the council today. And sorry for digressing, but I just wanted to do that before summer kind of breaks in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Voorhees, for the very kind words, and I echo them. I think this council's very lucky and privileged to have such an amazing staff that is not just professional. They're open-minded. They collaborate and coordinate and cooperate with all of us towards the best solutions that we can bring forward with the tools that we have. So, it's nice to hear it from the resident standpoint that I think our staff does an amazing job, and we're very lucky to have them. So, is there, excuse me, any other members from the public who wish to speak to any items today? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to reports of municipal officers for action. May we have a draft motion for item 11A?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that OCS 2025-10, Josh Andrew, Supervisor Parks and Parks and Facilities, becoming an officially designated B city, be received and adopted. That council authorize the resolution attached as Appendix A be signed by the mayor and clerk and be included in its entirety with the application. That the Director of Operations and Community Services be authorized to execute the appropriate agreements on behalf of the township.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of council, the floor is open for comments, discussions. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment and thank Josh and the other staff in Parks and Recs for this program and this initiative. And I applaud those that are involved. It's certainly a worthwhile program, given what they do. And it amazes me that 80% of the monarch population has decreased in the last number of years. But I assume if Johnson's available, this is only for public property, township property. I don't know if you're there or not, Josh.
For you, your worship, to Councillor Young, it's Roz here. Josh is actually on holiday, so I can speak to his report for him. So yes, the B City program that we're looking to adopt is specifically for municipally owned properties, but we do encourage the public to take a similar approach to some of their properties as well. So, anything that we can do to help our pollinators is appreciated.
Thank you, Russ.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Young, thank you for asking the question, because I was going to ask the same question as well, whether there was going to be some ability for residents to take part in a program like this, but we had that answered. I can say that the SSEA does have programs for pollinator gardens for residents, and if anyone's interested in exploring that for their own private property, they can contact the Severn Sound Environmental Association for that type of assistance.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Young?
Yeah, just to follow up, I just want to, I missed in thanking as well the Oro-Medonte Horticultural Society, who has no doubt been involved in this for a long time and is currently working with the township to promote this program. So,
thank you. Any other comments or questions regarding this? Is there any comments in regards to the draft motion? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? There are none. That is carried. May we have a draft motion for 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that FES 2025-03, Rory Payment, Director of Fire and Emergency Services, tanker truck replacement, be received and adopted. That supply and delivery of 2 pumper tanker trucks be awarded to Midwest Fire Apparatus in the amount of $1,384,434 plus HST. That the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to execute the appropriate agreement on behalf of the township.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Chief Payment, would you like to make any summary comments in regards to the report?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think the report itself does kind of speak pretty clearly to what it is we're trying to accomplish, but something that I would like to mention is since Chief Dominelli began the change of the department a year and a half ago, one of the things that we did look at doing was streamlining the fleet of apparatus and, trying to get rid of what we determined to be excess apparatus and replace them with apparatus that had the ability to do a little bit more. So we're continuing those changes. Last year we did sell 4 surplus apparatus. This year we're looking at obviously replacing 2 apparatus that have hit their life cycle. But in doing so, these apparatus will have the ability to do things that the ones that we are replacing do not. So when we have a pumper truck that goes out of service for an annual inspection or for repairs, they don't have the ability to stand in for, or we have no tankers having the ability to stand in for those pumper trucks. So it leaves the district without the ability to effectively perform frontline firefighting operations. These trucks that we're looking at purchasing would have the ability to do so if we needed to, and they also have the ability to carry more firefighters, which is something that we have been lacking in the past. One of the other areas identified within this township too is the significance of our ability to transport water. Having the largest geographical municipal boundaries within the county of Simcoe, some of the topography that we do have and the distances that we do need to travel, bringing water initially to fire scenes is very important. It's also probably been a bit of a topic with council as well, is just the ability to have municipal water available for firefighting operations. As council is well aware, we do a lot of rural firefighting. And when we do look at our ability to bring water to fires, the tanker trucks that we do have now are about half the size of the ones that we're looking to purchase. So when we turn around and we look at our ability to operate with more water on scene, more firefighters on scene, more equipment on scene in the initial 15 or 20 minutes, that's in reality where the differences are made and lives and property are saved. The other thing that I would like to kind of piggyback on that with is obviously based on what I just said, many of our residents rely very heavily on our tanker shuttle accreditation. They've made some changes since we've last certified 4 years ago. We do have 1 year left on our tanker shuttle accreditation. So next year, when we do have to recertify with the new changes that they've made, it is going to make it a little bit more difficult to accomplish our ratings. So with having a couple of new larger trucks in the rotation, we are going to more effectively be able to deliver that water and complete the required testing to obtain that certification. So Overall, when I do look at the purchase of 2 apparatus, the thought process, of course, being having a bit of a year and a half look at this, where we are looking to replace 2 apparatus currently. We are also anticipating it is going to take about 12 months to receive these apparatus, but by that time, a 3rd tanker truck will be coming up for the end of its life cycle. So within about a year and a half time, the thought process is that these 2 new tanker trucks would essentially replace 3 trucks that we currently have in the fleet itself, once more streamlining the fleet in its effectiveness.
Thank you very much, Chief Payman, for that update and understanding. And it's great to see that, we strive as we move forward to do more with less out of efficiencies and the right equipment for the area that we're servicing. So very valuable. I'll open the floor to comments and questions. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I can tell you that I certainly am supportive of whatever the fire service needs, and as well as every other member of this council. But I read your report, Chief Payman, and there's one question you mentioned several times in here, expedient response, and you mentioned one or more of the proposed purchase of these new tankers can carry up to 5 firefighters. And you also go on to mention that what is the policy still of the fire service in terms of, you mentioned that the firefighters are required or should respond to the station itself in order to be transported to the fire scene, but as I mentioned to you earlier, if a firefighter or the fire itself is closer than the station itself, what's the policy of the program of the fire service? Should that volunteer firefighter still respond to the fire scene awaiting the arrival of additional support officers, or should they still respond to the station? It's a basic question.
So through your worship to Councillor Young, thank you for the question, and to kind of try and dissect that question a little bit. In December 2023, a policy was put in place by previous management that no longer allowed the use of personal vehicles going directly to the scene. So in January 2024, that policy was put into effect, and the thought process there is definitely multifaceted. One of the things, and when we look at fire responses specifically, and we think of the optics of the fire department, I do agree with you fully that having people on scene quicker, certainly does change timelines. But if I look at a fire and I say, let's say we had 5 firefighters who were closer and had the ability to respond directly to that scene, we do run the risk of a couple of things. And the one is ensuring that we do have adequate firefighters going to the station to respond in fire apparatus. But we also have the optics of, if we have 5 firefighters show up on scene, they might be wearing their gear and they have no equipment to do anything. They have no breathing apparatus, they have no water, they have no tools. What are they really doing? And bringing those firefighters to that station to ensure we have an apparatus responding, but now we have them responding with the equipment, is kind of the principal thought behind ensuring everybody does come to the station. There is as I mentioned, there is a couple of different thoughts to this process, and it's having the firefighters not carry their personal gear in their personal vehicles. And the reason for that is just the amount of contaminants that they are exposed to. We don't want them putting their gear in their vehicles or getting in with the contaminated clothing and stuff that they did have, and essentially contaminating those vehicles, and then their family gets in that vehicle later in the day. So we are trying to be very mindful of how we expose our firefighters, how we expose their families to those contaminants. But the big thing is just ensuring that we do have apparatus roll, we do have firefighters that are responding with the right tools, with the right equipment. And as I'm sure you can well imagine too, Councillor, is that a well-coordinated attack en route to that fire, where we have 3, 4, 5 people in that apparatus. We can communicate very clearly what our intentions are, what our roles and responsibilities are. Makes for a much better arrival and task distribution than when we show up on scene and there's 4 or 5 firefighters there already who haven't been included in that game plan. Something else that is very new to this fire department in this municipality, and when I do go back to how large the municipality is, it's still our duty to provide coverage, care, and response to the rest of our residents, even though an emergency is going on. So by having the firefighters respond to the station, we have definitely revamped how we respond to calls. We are putting more apparatus on the road initially to reported fires, because in essence, it is easier to turn apparatus around that you don't need, then call them afterwards. But what that also does is if we do have, say, 3 or 4 fire stations committed to a call, we are starting to backfill and we're starting to relocate apparatus from other stations to strategic places within the municipality so as they can provide coverage for the stations that have been depleted and are at emergencies. So there's definitely a lot of moving parts to this for sure. And if I finalize that with one point as well is we're also creating very good working relationships with our neighbors. The mutual aid response that we have is certainly increasing, and a lot of times they will ask for apparatus and staffing. So now, in that instance, we would have the ability to send them one truck with more people, less depleting our township of resources available to our residents. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up question.
Supplemental, sure.
Sure. Just, I think we always have to be mindful that these firefighters are volunteer firefighters, and they give up their personal time, their family time, and I think we always have to be mindful of that and very supportive of these firefighters. And just as a former fire marshal who's attended many fires, in particular the rural farm country type areas, often as a result of insufficient water at these fire scenes, there's nothing to save. I mean, it's especially the older structures, the farmhouses, which are not built to with fire blocks to prevent the fire from going to the second floor into the attic sort of thing. So it's really important that the volunteer firefighters and yourself and the rest of the staff have what they need to for the safety of the residents of the community and yourself and the firefighters that attend those scenes. If I could just ask one more question, just out of curiosity, I mentioned to you earlier, lithium batteries, I understand they're pretty hard to put out. Are they explosive? And because I remember reading an article in the Toronto firefighters, they had to put sand on. I think they moved the car itself someplace and just dumped a lot of sand on it, try and prevent it, and you put the fire out.
Through your worship to you, Councillor Young, as we're all aware, the influx of lithium-ion batteries in different appliances and specifically vehicles is certainly on the increase. The fire service has not experienced anything like this in the past, and it is still, despite the fact that it's not the newest technology anymore, it's still creating a new level of problems. When we turn around and look, there is no industry standard with respect to how to deal with these things yet. I think if you were able to put on your thinking cap and come up with something, you would probably find your next million. But with that being said, there has certainly been creative solutions, and you mentioned sand and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, when one of these batteries or one of these vehicles goes into a thermal runaway, it's impossible to stop. Essentially, you're looking at protecting exposures, you're looking at limiting any further damage, but the thought process is that vehicle is going to be gone and that vehicle is going to be a loss as it sits. So what can we do to make the situation from getting worse is essentially what we do with lithium-ion fires.
No, thank you very much. Okay, is there any other questions pertaining to the purchase of the trucks? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to our chief. Back on the tankers, how many fire halls do we have that are equipped with tankers? And bringing these new tankers in, it sounds to me like you're going to have to try and locate them strategically so that they will service more than one hall. Is that correct?
Through your worship to you, Councillor Schell. So we currently have 5 fire stations. Each one does have a tanker. Station 2 is the only one that does have a 2,500 imperial gallon tanker. All the other stations have 1,500 gallon tankers. So the thought process is these new tankers, if you will, would kind of be something through a bit of a diagonal line, if you can find one through this municipality. One would be at Moonstone, one would be at East Oro, and the other one would be at Shanty Bay. So essentially, they would kind of run down through the middle of the municipality and have the ability to support the outerlying stations, being Horseshoe Valley and Warminster.
Thank you for that. I know the public would like to hear that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, then I will call the vote. Ready? All in favor? Opposed? None? That is carried, Madam Clerk. So we're now on to reports of members of council. Are there any updates from members of council as township representatives with our partners and agencies, or announcements? Councillor Schell and then Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Well, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to council and the public, an update on the Hawkstone June, here we go, Canada Day Parade. It will be starting at 12:30 p.m. Okay, and one further note, a little letter from Aurelia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment addressed to council and mayor. On behalf of Aurelia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your generous grant of $10,192. Your support allows us to take part in essential in-person recruitment events, showcase our vibrant community to the medical learners and prospective candidates, and host appreciation events for our current physicians. These efforts play a crucial role in addressing the healthcare needs of our region and fostering a supportive environment for new and existing physicians alike. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to Councillor Richard Schell for his regular participation in our monthly committee meetings. His dedication embodies the spirit of collaboration and commitment needed to make Aurelia and Lake Country a desirable place for practice medicine. Your ongoing generosity and dedication to our community are invaluable in helping us recruit and retain the talented physicians who make such a difference in our lives. We are truly grateful. Thank you once again for your commitment to improving healthcare in our community. With sincere appreciation, Morano Fernandia-Poole, the Chair of Aurelia Lake Country Physician Recruitment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Schell. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
My microphone on. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things from yesterday's county council meeting. They did have an extensive report, CCW 2025162, on the Development Charges Act changes, which also reflect considerable concern for the county budget regarding having secured enough assets in advance of the assumption of new developments, etc. So this is certainly something, as with our township, puts a bit of a throttle on the cash flow. There was an extremely interesting report that I would just direct the public's attention to on enhanced cardiac arrest response strategies, particularly with regard to the defibrillator program and things like that. This is very, very good, and I have to commend the county and their health services with how proactive they're becoming with regard to the cardiac arrest issue. There was an excellent report as well on age-friendly community and positive aging strategies, healthy lifestyles for those of us of tender years. And there are some very good programs available to the community to get you up and moving and to keep the mind active. There was a rather rousing and lengthy discussion up to almost a couple of hours on the program to increase organics capture It will come to this committee. It was deferred by County Council. The undertaking is for the local communities to comment on the methodologies by which the county could increase the amount of organics capture. 46% of what goes into the garbage is organics and could otherwise be captured. It's filling up our landfills more quickly than they need be filled up, and they'll be closed in any case in 2027, and there's no prospect of opening any new ones, and everything will be shipped to the United States or will be burned. One of the leading proposals, which is what caused the major debate, is that the county staff are proposing that the garbage not be picked up if it's not accompanied by a green bin, thereby ensuring a green bin is put out. Whether it's put out empty or not is another matter. Nonetheless, it will come back for debate, and we'll all have our opportunity to discuss it at that time. And I think we'll be discussing other county council matters in another agenda item. So thank you very much for that, and that's the update.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Councillor Young.
That was unexpected. Just want to mention that the OPP, in particular Inspector Dixon, who's now in charge of the Aurelia OPP station, he has requested that we inform council members here that if you're having a major event in your ward, and I suggest like the Hawkstone Candidate Parade or other events, I know there's been a number of them at Sweetwater Park and other areas, including up in Moonstone, the Cornrows, etc., that they are only too happy to have an officer attend if available, okay? He is really reaching out to the community and trying to enhance the police community relationship. So, and I know that they have a bicycle patrol, guys on bicycles, so they, if you ask early enough, and he'll schedule the guys and women to attend, do their PR work, but also to have the children and other adults as well ask questions again. So he's very much in favor of reaching out to the community, enhancing relationship between the police and the community. So you can direct your request as a council member directly to him, okay? There's no point going through me. But I will send a follow-up email out. I was going to do it the last couple of days, but I'm busy reading extensive reports. So I'll send an email just to remind you and give you his email and that sort of thing, okay? Thank you.
Any other comments or questions or reports from committees? Seeing none, so yes, and I do think, to echo what Councillor Schell, just because we want to get our date straight, it's not January 1, the Hawkstone Parade, but it is going to be July 1. It starts with J, so I know. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw.
I know, but, and I do encourage everyone to come out. They put an amazing parade on last year, and the festivities were great, and it really does bring the community, not just Hawkstone, but the entire community of Oro-Medonte to celebrate our birthday as a nation. Okay, so we're now at item 13B. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, would you like to proceed? This is in regards to the county of Simcoe County, the composition, which we will be voting on later on, but this is Deputy Mayor Lavoie's report that he did, and he shared with county on the analysis of to give a fuller perspective of the importance of the composition and how a reduction could affect governance moving forward.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Greenlaw. And I did provide the documents to this community for its own consideration. And just Madam Clerk, did we receive any communication with regard to this matter from the public?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the deputy. We have received, not from the public, but we have received an email with some questions from a fellow councillor.
Okay, fine. So no questions from the general public with regard to this. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to provide those documents for everybody's consideration by way of information. The county council operates somewhat not, we don't talk about it a lot, and its own council doesn't operate generally directly with the community as much as the local councils do. So I just wanted to give a brief introduction and then open the floor, or leave that to the chair, of course. But what we're here today to do is to vote to consent to the reduction of the county council to 16 mayors and a full-time warden. This vote comprises one of 16 votes that have been taken. I think we may very well be the last vote at the county level as part of the triple majority. So the first vote in that majority was the vote at county council that sent it out here. The second vote to that is the vote that we take, or the 16 votes that the individual local councils take. And the third majority is that if there's a majority of the local councils, i.e. 9 or more, that the 9 or more must comprise a majority of the electors or voters in the county of the 380 odd thousand people, but there are fewer electors, obviously. To date, 8 local councils have voted down this consent, so at this point it's a tie at best. Expert reports, I suppose if you want to call them that, were produced by county staff or county council to consider, so those are available and have been available for some time through the county council agenda. And so the debate at county council on its composition was specifically around the following items. So how to address the risks of eroding the 17 or so benefits identified on page 4 of the white paper. And there were the issue of monetary savings by reducing its size was the one benefit of the proponents of the reduction of council that was specifically stated, with no other aspects of efficiency being identified. 3 people were registered to speak at the public session out of the 390,000 people who populate the county. 2 spoke against the reduction, and 1 canceled before providing their comments. 2 items became key: the concentration of power into 6-member municipalities by virtue of the weighted vote, potentially leading to voting blocks, or a very powerful voting bloc controlling the $850 odd million of budget, and the loss of the voice of rural and agricultural communities in the county. And this is key, as was addressed by Ms. Voorhees earlier today. The agricultural community is strongly against the reduction of county council because it will have the tendency of silencing the voice of rural and agricultural communities. And we are a rural and agricultural community, and as a result of that, I stand opposed to the consent. So I put the matter back to the floor. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions with regard to the documents I submitted, Ms. Hewitt is available to share her screen to go over some of those details. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So I will open the floor for any discussion or comments or questions at this time. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, just expand a bit on how this will detrimentally affect the rural farm area in Simcoe County. I understand that I assume you're speaking about representatives of those areas, but can you just expand on that a bit and how it will detrimentally affect those farming, agricultural, rural areas?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think to that to that issue, I would simply respond with the weighted vote table that's on page 7 of the white paper. So, Ms. Hewitt, if you could share that county council composition. Yeah, the next, I think the next page. Yes, right there. If you could just expand that weighted vote table. Maybe a little bit larger. Yeah, I think that's legible. Yeah, okay, so you can see from this that the top 5 communities, Innisfil down to Collingwood, adjacent to each of them to their right is the number of votes that each of those communities have in the weighted vote scheme. So you can see that by the time you get to Collingwood that 46% of the vote is in by those 5 communities. So any one of count number 6, starting at Tiny down through Ramara, voting with those 5 would constitute a majority. Now the majority at the top is largely comprised of urban communities. So to the extent that when there's only 16 members, there's a higher propensity for just those 6 individuals to get together and vote primarily on urban matters and modify the budget in accordance to whatever they see over the course of time to their benefit during a session of council. And by a session, I mean a term of 4 years. I think that, you know, that is what concerned many of the smaller communities, Essa, Severn, Clearview in particular. Ramara ended up voting in favor of the reduced council. Agila Tosarancio did not like the consenting to this reduction because they were concerned, as was Penetanguishene, with losing their voice in this manner. The tendency that you get when there are 32 members, of course, is that quite often the mayor and the deputy mayor don't vote the same way. And when you look at the mathematics of probability, you'll find that there is a much easier way to get to concentrations of block voting, because it's easier to influence 5 other people to get to 6 than it is to influence 12 other people to get to 13 or 7 or 8 or 9. So it takes a lot more work to create a block, and there are examples. If you could scroll to the previous page, please, Ms. Hewitt, where you'll see now, you know, the question was put forth with regard to my voting and the mayor's voting in the questions by Councillor Schell to us. Now, I don't look over to see how the mayor votes, and I don't think, nor does he, and we sit in different sections, but nonetheless, you can see it would have to be a recorded vote in any case for us to know how one or the other voted. And this is the stream of recorded votes that took council from initially voting for a 32 vote county council, or 32 member plus a full-time warden, to a 17. So there were 8 votes, recorded votes, primarily held by the larger communities using their weighted vote power to get to a 17-member council. So originally, on the first day this was voted on, it was a 32 plus 1 that was approved. 2 communities, 2 of the very large communities, switched their votes, asked for a vote of reconsideration, and then brought it to a 17-member council, which is why we're sitting here today. That took them from September till now to do that. So 9 months of voting and effort and debate by county council about this to get to here. and a fair amount of angst, I might add, as there were some dramatic moments in that chain of events. So to your question, I think I may have answered it, but I think if you look at this voting record, you will see that the smaller communities have typically voted for the larger council, the exception to which has been Wasaga Beach, and they have consistently voted for a larger council because they believe that it most represents what one would be the motto of Simcoe County, which is for the greater good. And if the greater good part is the bees and the agricultural community and the rural communities, then that's what that community is seeing, and that's what I believe to be the case here. The weighted vote or the recorded vote is not often used, but what this voting record here demonstrates is that when there is a will to do something and those people choose to get together as a block, they will get their way. And this is the best exemplification of that you're going to see of that possibility and that outcome. So it has occurred, and I believe it will occur.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I'm hearing from the public their concern of the dollars that it's costing, and I'd like to send a copy of this around to everyone. It's just to have a look at the. It kind of goes along with your weighted vote and how many votes each township gets on the weighted votes, and we are sitting right in the middle of the pack. And when you look across the top of the line on the salaries of one councillor for a 4-year term, this is just an average. We're paying out $240,000 for the salaries of one councillor for a 4-year term on county council. So that's just the way it is. So if you add them all up, you take them all, everybody being the same amount, which it won't be, that's $3,840,000 over one term that is costing us to have county council representatives from our townships, all of them included. So the concern there is the dollars. We're spending a lot this year, unfortunately, because of the weather and the ice and all that stuff. But when it comes down to you talking about the block, that's already demonstrated at county council when county council refused to come back in and it stopped the vote. So it's already been demonstrated at county council. So is that a good thing?
You can reply. Your question was to the deputy, so the question you can reply through me.
Yeah, I think in addressing the cost, this is the only item in favor of the reduction of county council. So, and it amounts to about $1.50 per year per resident of the county. So there are many benefits to having 32-member council. And this does not account for the fact that many of the mayors may need ancillary assistance, and the Mayor of Collingwood indicated that she would need more administrative care. You're also taking off of the table elected representatives and replacing them with appointed representative and employees. Not to say that that's wrong, but you're diluting the democracy by not using elected representatives, who, by the way, are a lot cheaper than employees. So, and I'm going to go on.
Okay.
So I don't know, this certainly, I asked the clerk, we didn't hear anything from the members of the public. So I'm not sure which members of the public submitted this, but they certainly didn't submit it to this council for its consideration in advance of this meeting. So I don't know whose it is or what it is. And maybe you can address that. As to whether county council got a very significant warning, shall we call it, on the day that the members who did not return to vote for a 17-member council, we did end up voting for it in the following meeting. But I think what those people represented at that time, when they were unable to return from recess for reasons undisclosed, is that precisely what happened, precisely what they were saying was going to happen, happened. 8 of the municipalities have already voted this down, so it won't succeed as it stands today. And that's how many of the people that didn't return to vote that day. So the people that did not want to negotiate the weighted vote into a more amenable circumstance that would meet the needs of the agricultural and rural communities, they weren't willing to bargain over the weighted vote. And they got what they asked for by not doing that. And it's unfortunate, I think, because I wholeheartedly agree there is a better governance model. The issue is the 17-member council is not it. And it's too flawed for at least 8 or perhaps 9, depending how this council votes today, to be accepted. And, you know, we could get much better agricultural representation. We could get better rural representation. Maybe in the next term of council, when it's their turn to consider the county council makeup, maybe they'll consider a different makeup. But this is as far as it's ever gotten in the history of the county considering its constitution, or how it's made up, rather. So that's all I can say. The fact that the members didn't return to take that vote that day, that wasn't about a weighted vote. That was just the division between what constitutes people who can constitute a quorum, and you can't have a council without a quorum, versus what constitutes a majority of the vote. And the two are not equal where there's a weighted vote. And when they're not equal, these circumstances of control by a majority evolve. And I don't think, or by a minority evolve. I don't think that's what a lot of us want to see.
And
I'll close on that.
yeah. So I just want to add one thing, and then I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor to speak to one other point that I think because there's a lot here we're trying to digest. So the thing is, a weighted vote is simply ask for a recorded vote. So once you ask for a recorded vote at county, it's not like Parliament. It's not like, you know, the Ontario House. It's when you ask for a recorded vote, automatically it gets weighted. That's the policies within county. So if something's close and someone wants to make sure they're on the winning end because it favors potentially the urban centers, the more concentrated, dense populated areas, that's an option they can use to guarantee that they get through what they want to get through. And it muzzles the voice of the smaller municipalities. But one thing I do want to bring forth is if the deputy, because I know he's done a lot of research on this, is this same thing took place in Toronto, okay, earlier. And what were the savings? Because the number of staffing that were assigned to each council member of the City of Toronto is significant, and the cost of that was significant. So really, net, where did they come out? You know, I don't know the details of that. I don't know if the deputy knows the details, but he could speak to it and understand that, you know, look at the number of council members there is to hopefully capture as many, if not everyone's voice. And it's also about diversity. So narrowing it may be a financial benefit initially, not the true, but initially it seems like there's this big savings, but with the support systems and the other additions that get brought into it, it's not necessarily more efficient. So if you could speak to the Toronto reduction, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think in concert with what the mayor of Collingwood said, when council was reduced by half in Toronto, the staff budget that a councillor has is almost $500,000 per councillor. That's the staff that they need to do the work. So this is a growing county. This is a fast-growing county that the GTA is moving up here. We're not going to get smaller. So if we make our council smaller, they're just going to get more and more overwhelmed each session because they're going to need more committees, more committee work, more work outside of the council chambers, and there's still a need for municipal representatives to respond to the municipality. You don't get the same level of response from the province or the federal representative. I mean, we constantly lament that we're sort of on this front line, and we all try and respond and do the best we can with our people. Right now, we've got 2 people who can respond to county issues with some knowledge. Put that in half. Now you've got just the mayor responding to those because no one will know which of us will be that designated representative when the mayor can't go, and how well will we know the issues? Not at all. So there are way more questions that were asked and not answered about the secondary consequences or that would arise by the reduction. I mean, the reduction seemed like a good idea, and certainly does. I don't dispute the fact that there's money to be saved. Is that good money to save, or is it bad money to save? And will we just end up spending it anyway? That could never be answered by the side that was in favor of the reduction. And I don't see any of that analysis in what was passed out. The one thing I will say, with the parity issue came up a lot from the people in favor of the reduction. And what they pointed to by way of equal representation, by way of population for their weighted vote was, well, look, all of the ridings in the federal government are the same size, and all of the ridings in the provincial government are the same size. So I looked into that, and that's why I produced the second document, because they're not. PEI's average riding size is 1/3 of the average riding size in Ontario. So every PEI voter has 3 times the voting power that we do. In Canada, we tolerate that. That's a parity issue that we don't find as a problem. That's very close to the 4-to-1 that you see here. But everybody in PEI gets 16 votes, not 4. If you go to the provincial level, it goes up to 5-to-1. So there are ridings in the province, due to their geographical size, where the electorate has 5 more votes, in essence, than someone in an urban place like Toronto or Bradford, West Gwillimbury even. That's tolerated. So these arguments that had come up about parity and things like that, there is no, it's a false equivalency, in my view. So I think that's all there is that I have to say on that.
No, I think I just wanted to bring that in. Supplemental, Councillor Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just back to your white paper, a reality check about smaller council size would lead to more block voting, but the very vote analyzed 14 out of the 16 municipalities had both their mayor and deputy mayor vote exactly the same. So this demonstrates that reducing the number of seats wouldn't change the outcomes. And the key point there is, you know, mayor and deputy mayor are aligned in their voting when, when there's one or two representatives per municipality. So the vote result is unchanged. So this means the service level to the residents remains unaffected.
I don't agree with your conclusion that the mayor and deputy mayors of townships vote identical. It's actually not that way. It's actually, and it became apparent when there was not a quorum in the council chamber to continue the meeting. And that's because there were a number of, it wasn't all the mayor and deputy mayors of less than the quorum that were in the chamber. A number of mayors or deputy mayors were not there to constitute a quorum. So, you know, and I know I have not always voted the same way as Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And so I don't think that fact is accurate to say that whatever way the mayor of that municipality votes, the other votes the opposite. I sit there and I don't see that to be factually correct.
Okay, I'm seeing some of it on the chart up there right now. When you take a look at that one up there for that vote, I think there's 5.
Yeah, that's one vote. There's multiple votes on multiple items.
Right.
And so I think, you know, this is a snapshot of a set of voting, I think, is in regards to a specific matter.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Mayor Greenlaw. If you were not able to attend a county council meeting and something was coming up and you asked Deputy Mayor Lavoie to attend, would you direct him how to vote? Or would you ask him or suggest?
If I wasn't there, the alternate would be there and they could vote. If I wasn't there, then my understanding is the voting weight goes to the deputy mayor because he's the only vote on behalf of Oro-Medonte at that meeting.
Right. Okay. And so the two of you wouldn't collaborate prior to make sure you had a joint decision on this?
No. Like we would, I would explain where my position is. He'd explain where his position is. It may be similar. It may not be. But we don't collaborate to say, okay, we're voting this way on this. That's not how it should happen here either.
That's right.
It's supposed to be everyone should review the materials, understand, ask questions if they need clarity in order to make the best informed decision. That's democracy, and that's all we're, you know, I think, you know, at this point, under the way the weighting vote is implemented at county and how it's structured within their policies, I think democracy is better protected remaining at 32. I'm also the person who initially would say, yeah, if we can save money, do this, but it's whether it's good save money or it's not necessarily to save that money. It's like an insurance policy to a certain degree. You want the cheapest insurance policy possible until something goes wrong. So you're going to pay a bit of a premium to get the best representation and coverage. So that's maybe not be the best analogy, but that's how I would look at it. Okay.
Yep, thank you. And then one final comment, we're still dependent on the Premier's choice down the line. He may press it and then we're stuck with it.
They have to approve whatever county concludes out of their voting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think if this vote does not succeed, if 9 municipalities do not consent to the reduction, we just continue on with the 32 members. So there's no Premier involved at all.
And you may want to explain. So the point is, I believe the increase of a full-time warden is attached to the reduction. So if the reduction doesn't take place, then we would have to bring back a reconsideration to have a 32 council and a full-time wardens. So they're connected. So it may not get to the province, If the province chooses to engage afterwards, that's always the province's power, right? They have the authority to do whatever they like, as they did in Toronto a number of years ago. Yes. Annexation falls under the same realm. Councillor Bard, then Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. More of a comment. I had similar concerns to Councillor Shell, wanting to see how often does a mayor or a deputy mayor vote against each other, and just, I don't have my glasses, but quickly looking on that sheet, it looks like it was like 23, 24 times that they actually did throughout the county. So maybe our council or our mayor, deputy mayor often vote together on this sheet, but we don't know what that will be in the future. And some municipalities, we're seeing, you know, more voices would represent more of the people possibly. So I am concerned, especially if we look at strong mayor powers coming down, and if the whole county council is made up of mayors, and then we have strong mayor powers, I feel that check and balance has been eroded somewhat. So I think you're saying this is about $30,000 to our township with about 10,000 households. That's $3 a house per year. Okay. For that check and balance. So I'm more comfortable, I guess, having more voices.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So a question just with regard to the full-time warden, if that's readdressed, is that part of a triple majority process as well? So it would come back through to our council, or would that just be decided at the county level? Do we know?
I'm not 100% positive, and I don't. That would be a clerk question at the county to know whether or not. But it would have to be, because you'd be then expanding the size of council. Because as of right now, it includes the warden in the number of councillors. So an expansion is would have to be approved by the province, right? And I don't know where they sit on that, because I haven't spoke to the premier in regards to
I just wondered whether we were going to be involved in that decision
Yes.
as well. So, and just to comment, I made myself available to attend the March 25th meeting where this came about, and I took a lot of notes. I was of course, very interested in the debate, and it was very interesting for me to watch actually how the weighted vote was used during that process, and so I could see the disparity before my eyes when I went to that meeting. And I guess for me, you know, I think it's always a good question to talk about, are there dollar savings here? I haven't had anybody reach out to me with any concerns about the dollar figure on this. When it, you know, you've done the math, it's about $1.50 per resident per year savings that they're already paying for the existing council. I think for me, the two pieces that resonated was one, the additional cost, the undetermined additional cost it would cost, we spoke about this already, to support the 17-member council versus the 32-member council. The additional work that would place on those single members from representatives from the different townships as well. I see the amount of work load that the both of you have as related to, you know, just not your county position, but the committees that you're on as well. So there would be quite an additional workload to one sitting member on the council. And you know, the word efficiency was bantered around a lot during that meeting, but nobody could give any demonstration of how there would be greater efficiency drawn out from reducing from 32 to 17. There was absolutely no concrete evidence of what that would look like. So to me, that was just more of a narrative. And I like to have fact-based decisions, and so that didn't hold any weight for me. So I am in support of keeping it the size that it is.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think what the public, or some of the public have a perception of, is that you have two people there, and taking one away is going to save money. I mean, the perception seems to make sense, but that's not the case, of course. And when you hear how much savings, $1.50, whatever it is, per resident type of thing. But I am concerned about the lack of potential representation, certainly to the rural areas and farm areas of which Oro-Medonte is one. It seems somewhat undemocratic to lose representation by reducing the number of those on county council. That concerns me greatly. Again, it seems somewhat less democratic, but like I said, the initial perception is, well, half of it's going to save money. But when you get into the nitty gritty of it, as has been explained here, that the block voting and the weighted vote, it makes sense, in my view, to retain county council as it is, to ensure representation to all members of this community. And so I'm in support of leaving the council with 32 members as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the floor. And if you would allow me to argue out the seemingly counterintuitive thoughts that I have, or opposing thoughts that I have in my head, because at the end of the day, this is a very important discussion, and I bring it back to, I think at this point we all have to bring it back to our values, and what I want to make sure, my goal for making a decision on this is to ensure we have the best decision-making authority, or decision-making process at the county level. And when I think about that, so we've already provided a system in which people are provided a proxy, and more people are the ones that vote, and that's why the weighted vote system exists, which I agree with, because I come back to that argument that land doesn't vote, it's people that vote. So there should be increased powers provided to those municipalities which do have more people in them, because more people, more votes. But what the 32 current council allows is, similarly to the United States Senate, it allows those rural municipalities, or in that case the rural states with smaller populations, to have the same representation level in the US Senate. The state of California has 40 million people and they have 2 senators, and the state of Wyoming has 2 senators, right? So they have that natural check and balance. And I think, do I agree with every decision the US Senate makes? No, but I appreciate the fact that democracy is costly and democracy is slow. And I think people think about that as democracy being slow is a bug. It should be faster, but I disagree with that premise in the sense that if we're going to truly make good decisions, it is going to cost something monetarily, but it also is going to take time to flush out the actual arguments that make a positive long-term decision. That's why it takes long for the gears of government to act. It's because it takes time for democracy to flush out. So I think from that perspective, from that value assessment that I've made here, is it's good to have more people with a diverse set of views, whether abstractly, I'm not going to comment on yourself and the deputy mayor's voting patterns, but I think there have been times at this table that I know that the two of you have disagreed. And I think having those 2 voices at that upper tier county is positive, because yes, on a lot of things, there isn't need for disagreement. But on some things, there's going to be disagreements because we're all individual people who have different experiences and values. So from that perspective, I think I agree with the 32-member council. Conversely, there's the conversation of, well, what should it cost? And we don't have the answer to that. What should a good government cost, and what should we pay our elected officials? I don't think anyone's found a good answer to that. I agree with the general Canadian philosophy of keeping money out of politics from lobbyists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm cautious from my perspective. Is I want to make sure we're making the best decisions as financially efficiently as possible. But I'm not sure that we're fully taking into account the cost of making decisions without enough voices at the table. You know, after the meeting in March, I had done, you know, sort of the back of the napkin math to get an understanding of, does the county of Simcoe, as it's currently constructed with their, you know, recent compensation change, is it costing the residents of Simcoe County an additional amount per resident, you know, compared to other upper tier and lower tier municipalities? And I no longer have access to that, but the comparison is that Simcoe County sits right in the middle. It's not like we pay that much more for our upper tier governance system than, say, Dufferin County or another alternative upper tier, lower tier system. So to me, it's like, there isn't that, okay, we could save and we could be at the lower paradigm of the other upper tier, lower tier municipalities, but are we going to get better decisions for it? And I think the answer now that I'm coming to is no, because I agree that we should have a weighted vote system, but I think I've convinced myself through this long speech, and I apologize for that, that it is important to have at least the number, at least the number of current councillors on the upper tier municipality as we have, because I haven't been able to justify the fact that Simcoe County's governance model is not that much, it's not more expensive than other upper tier, lower tier municipality governance in the rest of the province, and that's all we really have to compare to. And I think for the most part, the county makes good decisions, and there is that avenue for those municipalities with more people in them to take advantage of the fact that they represent more people and have a weighted vote. So
No.
without further ado, thank you.
No, thank you. No, very, very, very good comments, and you were concise, and thank you for those. The one thing you did miss on is, not that you missed on, but you didn't include, is democracy's also messy at times. And you know, that's part of the process and of us listening to one another. We don't always agree, but that's in order to flush things out, as you stated. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to the floor. If you're playing with a full deck of 32 and you're playing with a half deck of 16, I think the outcome is going to be pretty much the same, because the weighted vote at 32 and the weighted vote at 16 are identical. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, factually, I don't think that's proven, or I don't think you can prove that, because there has been altering viewpoints, and there hasn't been identical voting between mayor, deputy mayors of 16 different municipalities all the time. So factually, I don't know how that could be substantiated. Councillor Clark, you had a...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Schell. Yeah, I agree with the mayor, and you know, from the probabilistic, you know, information that was provided from Deputy Mayor Lavoie, there is obviously an increased diversity of opinion in that 32 deck of cards. And when you think about the probabilities of a deck of cards, and I'm not very good at poker, but you could deal a hand of poker out every day since the dawn of human existence, and because of all the possible permutations in a 30 or a 52 deck of cards, we still wouldn't have repeated the same hand. So when you increase from 17 to 32 or 54 or 52 in a deck of cards, it's not a linear increase in probabilities, it's, you know, exponential. So there is a difference in terms of how votes will turn out from a probabilistic perspective, and obviously they would be skewed in the real world because it's not a straight yes or no, because everyone's informed by the information at the time, but it's not a straight 1-for-1. 16 versus 32 is the same result.
Okay, no, thank you. Is there any other questions or comments for clarity on this matter? Deputy Mayor Lavoie, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Yeah, I went to great efforts to try and explain that it's not a linear relationship. That matter was touted very heavily at County Council, but the probabilistic differences between 17 and 32 are on the orders of tens of thousands. It's not like you just take it and divide it in half and it's the same outcome. But the problem in ascertaining whether or not that will happen is one of human behavior and one of connection between people. And that was the concern around a voting block of 6. Because if you get the right 6 people, they'll run the county. And not only can they run the county, but because they're not a quorum, they can do the exact thing that our clerk hates the most. They won't be a quorum because they're less than what, half of 17 plus 1, because they're only 6, but they can meet whenever they want. They can have dinner whenever they want. They can make all the decisions they want to make, and they will not violate the code of conduct. And they will run the county. Could happen. That's why it's not a good design for a council or any governance system. A new governance system, I'm fine with, but we need to talk about that rather than 17 members. That's my view.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion for the statistical probability educational session we just had? It's referred to in the agenda as 13B, just so we stay on course.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by, may I have a seconder? Hutchison. Be it resolved that the correspondence presented by County of Simcoe Councillor Lavoie, white paper, thoughts on county council composition be received and considered in conjunction with item 15A.
Okay. Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? But I'm not weighting it. Is that okay?
Yes, a recorded vote,
Recorded
unweighted,
vote.
please.
Okay, please.
Recorded
Recorded
vote.
vote's been requested by Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
And we're voting on 15A?
N-
We're voting to receive.
We're voting on your receipt.
13B.
Okay, then
And
we'll
then
just,
we're moving to 15A.
okay. So the recorded vote is for 15A.
Okay.
So he's withdrawing the recorded
I
vote.
am withdrawing the recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, one opposed. That is passed. So now,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
you're
And
welcome.
may I suggest that we may want to jump to 15A now
As soon as I
in
turn.
conjunction with
Yes,
the
that would-
13B?
That's fine. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we're now at item 15A in regards to the communication petition from Simcoe County in regards to whether or not this council supports the reduction or maintaining the status quo at this time. So Madam Clerk, could you read the motion and then we'll open the floor for discussion if necessary.
Be it resolved that the correspondence dated April 24th, 2025 from Jonathan McGill, County Clerk, Director of Statutory Services and Archives, County of Simcoe. Request to consider consent of County of Simcoe Bylaw 7119-25 to change the composition of County Council be received. That the Council of the Township of Oro-Medonte either consents or does not consent to the County of Simcoe Bylaw 7119-25, being a bylaw to change the composition of Council of the Corporation of the County of Simcoe, and that the County of Simcoe County Clerk be advised of the Township of Oro-Medonte's decision under the Township Clerk's signature. Mr. Mayor, I will need a mover and a seconder.
Yes.
We have not allocated
Okay.
a mover or seconder.
Okay, so first I'm going to ask for a mover, Councillor Young, seconder,
Yes. Yeah, I'll have them. Yeah.
Councillor Lavoie. So moved by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Lavoie. Sorry. Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Yeah. And then just Councillor Shell.
Yes, can we have a confirmation of the changes from what to what?
Well, it's either stay status quo at 32 or being reduced to a council of 16 with a full-time warden. It would be.
So the change is coming from 32 down to 16
It's halving one representative per
municipality?
per municipality in, okay? Madam Clerk, did you want to comment?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
So it's a consent or it does not consent. So the bylaw is a consent
Yes.
to reduce the number of council.
Correct. So just to be simple and clear, like I am, if you vote in favor of this, it's to reduce to 16. If you're in favor of staying at 32, you're opposing this. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think from a procedural perspective, the mover has to indicate whether we are consenting or not consenting.
And that is correct. So Councillor Young
That's two.
will have to indicate if the motion on the floor will be to consent or if it will be to not consent.
To not consent. So now that changes it. That changes it. You know what? No. Let's. Okay, if you know, it's a question, but to make it simple, because the instructions I gave you, so to consent to reduce it is what he's saying.
Okay. So if council is consenting, they are consenting in
To reduce
agreement
it.
to reduce.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making sure that everybody is understanding of the vote.
Okay.
Unrecorded vote is called by
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Lavoie. Deputy Mayor.
Nay.
Councillor Shell.
Yay, yes.
Okay. Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Bard.
Nay.
Councillor Clark.
Nay.
Councillor Hutchison.
Nay.
Mr. Mayor.
Not in favor.
So we have 6 nays and
1 yay.
1 yay.
No, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So that is, and did you have a comment, Councillor Clark?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure we get this procedurally correct, because now we've had a motion on the floor that was defeated. Technically,
Correct.
the motion was defeated, so do we now need a motion affirming what council's position is?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Well,
Not necessarily. So just if I was to give the layman's version, from what I observed, the council turned down
Does
the
not consent.
proposal to reduce county council to 16 members.
correct.
Thank you for indulging me. I just wanted to make sure.
You're just testing. Okay, so now we'll return back to item 14, consent agenda. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to note that for item 14E, there was additional addendum correspondence added. On June 19th, the province announced the Business Ice Storm Assistance Program, which is an application-based program that provides one-time support to eligible small businesses, small farms, and not-for-profit organizations. that incurred damage from the ice storm that started on March 28, 2025 that is not covered by insurance. The application deadline for this program is Friday, October 31st, 2025, and potential applicants should carefully review the program information, including guidelines and application form. Does any member wish to comment on this before we move to the rest of the agenda? I think it's very important that the businesses out there, because I know insurance is not going to cover everything, and we're trying to make sure you're aware of the avenues that you can reach out and hopefully get some assistance so that your businesses can continue to flourish in Oro-Medonte. Does any member, is there anything any member would like to pull from the consent agenda? Any items? Seeing none, then can we have a motion to receive? Oh, sorry, my apologies, CAO Benz.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. After this sorry, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. After this motion, we do have one item that we need to deal with in closed before the scheduled recognition item. I do recognize that we have some members in the public. We can reconvene at 10 to 5, but we do have some consultants for one item here. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So, not trying to be ignorant and ask people to move around, but I'd open my office as a warming center, but it's a hot day out there as it is, so any new comments? Anyways, okay, so no other items from the consent agenda need to be pulled. Then may I have a motion to receive, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So now we'll move to closed session. Is that what you would like to do now, Mr. Binns? Yes, please. Okay, so Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go into closed?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed at 4:37 p.m. to discuss education and training of members in accordance with Section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Finance Department.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, we'll see everyone in closed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise from close, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 5:02 p.m. and report on the closed session item 18E.
All in favor? That is carried. And we want to pass that motion now, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential report FI 2025-08 presented by Sean Binns, CAO, and Shannon Johnson, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer, re-education or training of members in accordance with Section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Finance Department be received.
Okay. Any questions of the draft motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, what I think we'll do now is we'll take a 5-minute break so we can set the podium and stuff up for, is that okay with you? And that allows everybody who's been sitting for an hour and a half now in the audience to get up and stretch their legs. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, everybody. We're now at section 6, item 6, which is recognitions of achievements and introductions. Tonight's a very special evening. It happens once a year where we are a community of amazing people that support one another collaboratively, and that's why so many people want to move here. Tonight we will be acknowledging two very special people that for I don't want to age anybody by saying decades have contributed to our municipality, but so we'll just say many years of service and help. So I'm going to take a second. I'll do the acknowledgements from the podium, and so give me a couple seconds, and we'll start the ceremony. So I want to welcome everybody who's come out tonight to help us celebrate and acknowledge two special people in our municipality as the Citizen of the Year and the Senior of the Year. The first individual is Neil Craig. Mr. Craig's has been also known as Councillor Craig, Deputy Mayor Craig, and finally, well, it's not finally, then he became Mayor Craig, and now he's becoming Citizen of the Year, Craig. So you did have a trifactor going, and now I don't know what you call this. So, but congratulations. The Craig family are pioneers in our community, residing in Craighurst settlement area. As a well-known member of the farming community, Neil is a leader in the 4-H club, guiding young people as they become positive contributors to society. Neil was the first board of directors for Copeland Forest Friends, which works with the Ministry of Natural Resources to protect Copeland Forest. Neil is also a member of the Huron Woodland Owners, also serving as chair for 4 years, and assisted the Couchiching Conservancy study to protect woodlots. Neil was a member of the Craighurst Hall Board during its time. For many years, Neil has been a member of the St. John's Anglican Church, serving as a lay reader, property manager, and church warden, and now is the chair of the St. John's Cemetery, sometimes assisting in outreach for those dealing with losses of loved ones. And there's another page. God, I wouldn't have got half the page filled. With profound interest in conservation, Neil has been involved in several projects, including planting American chestnut trees as part of a study to see if that species could be reintroduced to Ontario. Neil is highly knowledgeable about our community, often invited as a keynote speaker to share insights on topics like the Huron people's way of life, the Craighurst Post Office, the village former hotels, and the history of the Craig family. Neil has volunteered for various organizations, including the Royal Winter Fair, served as president of the Barrie Agricultural Society, judging at Aurelia and Oro-Medonte Fall Fairs, and participating in Simcoe County's museum expansion fundraising campaign. And when Neil has a bit of downtime, not really sure when, you can find him driving a tractor clearing snow from his neighbor's driveways, or using his industrial rototiller and manure spreader. I got some projects for you to help them prepare their gardens for the planting season. On behalf of council and the entire community, I'd like to congratulate Neil on being named the 2025 Oro-Medonte Citizen of the Year. And you know what?
Right. Here, I'll give you the gavel. Oh, sorry.
No, no worries.
I actually thought I might go with that.
I'll be here chauffeur.
It's always dangerous letting an old politician have a soapbox here, so be prepared. Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, township staff, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank my nominator, also the Citizen of the Year Advisory Committee and council for this recognition as the 2025 Oro-Medonte Citizen of the Year. As I looked over the list of recipients of this award for the past 42 years, I realized that I know all of them. They were and are wonderful role models, and I am honored to be associated with them. Indeed, my own parents, Max and Faye Craig, are on the list, and I saw at an early age the importance of taking time to participate in the community and make a difference. I also wish to acknowledge the support of my wife Marilyn, which allowed me to be away from hearth and home over the years as I volunteer in the community. Finally, to my family, my son Ben, my daughter Ellen, my son-in-law Farhad, and my sister Sheila, and to the friends and acquaintances who have taken time to come here and support and cheer me on. Thank you so much.
Now for our second recipient of the evening, Senior of the Year, Mike Maynard is a longtime well-known resident of the Sugarbush community. Currently the president of the Friends of Sugarbush Corporation, which he personally started about 18 years ago. Much respected community builder, spearheaded projects in the Sugarbush community such as improved park and recreation, health and safety, social media, and seasonal gatherings in Sweetwater Park, like the annual family event, which is, I don't know if anyone's ever been to the family event at Sweetwater Park and the toboggan race, and there's the toboggan race in the winter and there's a summer one, and you know, you need to make that hill shorter and less steep. That would be on your agenda of things to do. Some other projects Mike has worked on are new safe pavilion at Sweetwater Park and the initial widening of the 6th line roadway to Sugarbush, and championing the fundraising for the AED machine in the park, which is a life-saving device that everyone can utilize and hopefully never has to. Mike ensures ongoing collaborative relationships as he liaise with the Oro-Medonte Council on behalf of the Sugarbush community, and you've been a pleasure, Mike, to deal with throughout my term and a half now of council. Mike is a community megaphone speaker as he addresses crowds as the master of ceremonies in the Sweetwater Park. You know, you seem like you're a meek, mild person but when you have to speak, people listen. That's important. Mike is dedicated to helping others, volunteering with the Ontario Cancer Society, donating blood every 56 days for 12 years, and supporting the Wildlife Society, War Amps, local guide dog organizations, and the Salvation Army. I'd like to acknowledge Mike's ongoing concern and care for former councillor Scott McPherson. When he was unwell, checking on him, transporting him to treatments, and keeping him abreast of community matters, and continued to sit with him as he entered hospice. Mike sets a positive example, guiding others to turn their lives around by offering advice, helping with job searches, and being a supportive friend. Mike demonstrates an overall good neighbor policy and continues to be a welcome ambassador for not only the Sugarbush community, but the township wide, and encourages others to do the same. So on behalf of council and the entire township, I'd like to congratulate Mike Menard on being named the 2025 Ontario Senior Citizen of the Year. Please come forward, Mike.
Back around. Are you in a hurry? We'll go to the extra hours then.
Say many things if you like.
I'll try. Short and sweet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. You said too many things. I'm truly honored to receive this award. Excuse me. Thank you, Ian, for nominating me. And you made me sound a lot better than I really am. And for making me come here today. Thank you, Laura. You're a good counsellor. Excuse me. You're a good counsellor in more ways than one. Thanks to the group of past recipients for their vote of confidence in me. And I want to say that I've had a lot of support over the years from my wife, Laura, who's done her share of volunteering as well. My colleagues from the Friends, past and present. A sincere thanks to you. This is as much yours as it is. I also want to thank the council staff for their help and encouragement during the various projects that we've worked on and for this. So thank you very much and keep up the good work. Thank you.
So that concludes likely one of the better parts of this meeting. I want to thank both of the individuals. You are role models for all of our citizens, and we all strive to be like you. I know I've had some counselors say, well, we should be recognizing a lot more people. And I understand, because we have a community of a lot of amazing people, and we're the vast majority of our township is definitely willing to give their time to help others. So continue. Thank you for being the role models you are. What we'll do is we'll take a 5 to 10-minute break from council. So if families want to get pictures or anything, we can do that. But I can tell you on behalf of council, it's people like you that make us proud to be here. Thank you. It's off.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, everybody. Congratulations once again to the Citizen and Senior Citizen of the Year. You know, it's great to have a chance to acknowledge people that have supported the community wholeheartedly for such a long time and continue. We're now at item 17, bylaws. Members of council, are there any comments or questions on these bylaws? Seeing none, may we have a draft motion for the bylaws, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2025-052, 056, 057, 058, and 059 be passed in open council on the 25th day of June 2025.
Okay. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is passed. So, Madam Clerk, can we now go back into closed session, please?
Yes. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 6:13 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, STRs, a position plan, procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator.
All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. So we'll see everyone in closed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise from close, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 9:17 p.m. and report on the closed session items B, C, and D.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion for item 18B, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential report DS 2025-076 presented by Sean Binns, CAO, Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, re-litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor client privilege, short-term rentals be received at staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 18C?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential memorandum correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, re-litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor client privilege, short-term rentals be received and that staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion for 18D, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, and George Vaudebancourt, Manager, Planning Special Projects, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on, or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator be received, and that staff proceed as directed by council.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-060, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, be passed in open council on the 25th day of June, 2025.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Shell
sorry.
is out of this.
Good catch. Thank you very much.
No.
And Shell. Oh. Mr. Clark, Councillor Clark, are you good to move that? Okay. So that will be moved by Bard and seconded by Clark.
Okay. Yes, please. Okay, so you've heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:20 p.m.
Madam Clerk, sorry, my apologies. Did you, could that be, who was it moved by?
Oh, sorry again. Moved by Clark.
See, she's just testing to make sure you guys are paying attention.
I know, it's
So-
my bedtime.
Okay, so,
Okay,
so.
9:20 p.m.
Perfect. Okay, all in favor? That is carried. So I want to once again congratulate the Citizen and Senior Citizen of the Year. And I also want to wish everybody a happy Canada Day. We won't be back in chamber until post that. And everyone who can, definitely show up to the Hawkstone Parade. There's a lot of work and it's a great time for all those who have time to show up. Take care.